Hi guys, and welcome to the live stream of round 6 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, the Silverstone 12 hour. My name is Bart, also known as GTP on the GTPlanet forums. I'm a moderator there. Today we'll have a full live stream, taking various views with various cars and drivers, but commentary will be a little bit less than normal, but it's a situation. Hi guys, and welcome to the live stream of round 6 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Probably will hear an echo. The Silverstone 12 hour. Sorry about that. My name is Bart. Alright. AJ's just started the formation lap in the BMW M4 Performance Pack. And today we'll see two classes in this race. So this will be a two-part race. Today we'll have the first 6 hours, then tomorrow the final 6 hours. We'll have two classes. It's GT500 and GT Cup, and I'll go through the grid order with you shortly. So on pole we have SSR Motorsports with Styx TCs taking the start with their pole time of 1 minute 54.5 seconds. In second it's GC for Scar Honda, number 21, with a time of 1:54.6, very close to the pole position time. In third position we have Reaper Online Racing, starting for them is GTP Kane, with a time of 1 minute 54.6, also very close. Then in fourth we have TWR Seb for Teamwise Racing. In fourth it's Russian Roulette Racing with GTP Bambi taking the start for them. And in sixth we have Scuderia GTMX with Hector taking the start for them, number 24. Then on pole for the GT Cup class we have Scar Lotus and Goodwolf taking the start, number 85. Then on the second position in GT Cup it's Hyperion with GTP Dutchy taking the start. It's a local team, so it's showing the GTP PASM my tag, but it's actually GTP Dutchy driving. Then we have the number 88, the Green Hell Heathens, driven by Bo Albert. Then we have GTR Blackhawks with Racer Maniac taking the start for them. And then we have Wild Racing Team with Heather Ant at the wheel. And lastly in GT Cup, because of a penalty, we have Adventurous taking the start for the Dart team. It's looking a bit grim on Silverstone at the moment, but it's still dry. So in front we have the GTR of 6TC, Sonavi Nismo, the official manufacturer-backed car of them in the Super GT. Then we have the Honda of Scar Honda. Two Hondas in fact. And then we have the Lexus, as you can see. So three manufacturers there in the top four. It was very close in qualifying for the GT500s, only less than a tenth between pole position and second. And I think the whole field was within a second, so that's quite remarkable there. So the live timing and the scoring board on the right will be updated as soon as we have more results coming in. Mostly updated at the top of the hour. So we're nearing the start of this race now. Only 4 corners to go. And the pace car has peeled off to the pits. The drivers are now eagerly waiting for the green flag. Just the final chicane to go until we're away for the 12 hour of Silverstone. And we're off. And it's a lightning start for the SSR Motorsports car, it seems. They're already far ahead. And we have a bit more of a fight for second position. Very busy in these opening stages, the arena. So what about the battle of the Hondas for second position? Our Clark hot on the tail of GC. Can he make a move into Brooklands? He is looking, but he thinks better of it. Of course, there's still 12 hours of racing to go, so plenty of time to make time. That's actually funny. No pun intended there, but very close field here in the first lap for GT500. Look at them go through cups there. A couple of cars running wide. And our Clark now has to defend. To defend from the Petronas Lexus car from Team Wise Racing. But can he make an overtake on the Hanner straight? You see taking a little bit of a defensive line, but the overspeed is not enough. Actually, it's the Lexus getting a little tap from Bambi there, but Bambi is through. He was well on the inside there. So it's Team Wise Racing down to last position in GT500. Meanwhile in the GT Cup, looks like the Greenhill Evans has passed Hyperion. Hyperion now in third. Let's take a look at them. Second position. The purple Greenhill Evans car. And then there's a bit of a gap to Adventurous. So he made a good start there. Coming from last there into third. And then it's Hyperion in fourth in the GT Cup. Looks like there are steady gaps here of around a second between each car. So let's go back to the GT500 class, where there's a crazy battle going on. And right now through Maggots Beckett. Oh, it looks like the leader had some kind of stumble on the straight there. Just caught the arrow there, moving a bit sideways. As it's still the two Lexi at the back of TWR making a move there. Scuderia GTMX defending into Vale side by side. Can he make it around the outside? Yes, he can. Wow, that's brilliant. Brilliant racing there from Seb. Well done. Also fair play from Scuderia GTMX, giving Seb the racing room he needed there. As they're now both on the back of this car Honda. Scuderia GTMX driven here by Jelly. On the inside, wow. Side by side through there. It's normally a full throttle corner. Looks like Jelly had to lift a little bit. There was a tiny bit of contact but no damage. The Scar Honda going a long way round, but he makes it through there. Now Love Field, this tricky double apex corner. It's again Jelly right on the tail there. Side by side now into Maggot. This will slow you down. No, Jelly thinks better of it. But this is extreme bumper-to-bumper racing, which is great to see. Wow, oh, a little bit of spin from Seb there. So it's GC and Jelly both through, and it's the team-wise racing back into 6th. Meanwhile, the top 3 in GT500 looks pretty steady, so it's the SSR Motorsports team from Reaper Online Racing and Russian Roulette. Again, very close. Is he making a move? No, he's not making a move in turn 1. It's not really the best place to overtake. Jelly has to take care not to bump GC in the braking zones, but beautiful overtake here into Arena. He makes that stick. So now it's time to keep it. As Brooklands is very long straight, GC immediately goes for the re-overtake. Great side-by-side racing, but Jelly taking the line through the outside there, keeping the position. Well done. I think it's now time for him to try and build a gap, as it looks like he had a little bit more speed than GC. Let's see if he can manage that. Of course, there's still everything to play for. There are multiple drivers driving for each team, so there will be plenty of driver changes still left to do, pit stops to make. Remember that this is an endurance race, so consistency is key. So yeah, that has been brilliant close racing here for the GT500 class. These cars are actually more closer to a prototype than a GT car. There's quite a lot of parts that don't even fit a normal SC430. Actually, almost no part will fit. Maybe the headlights, the grille, and the tail lights, and then that's about it, I think. But yeah, these carbon fiber racing monsters can generate some high downforce levels, pretty close to that of an LMP2 car, I believe. So that's why they stick very well to the road. Now, of course, these GT500 cars, they don't have ABS, which is a difference between the two classes we see here. The driving aids that are prohibited. All driving aids available to the GT Cup drivers. That's a class more oriented towards the more of beginners. But that's not to say that there are only beginners there at the wheels. We have some very good drivers in GT Cup. So. But yeah, the ABS, traction control and stability management available to them. And I believe none of those available to GT500. So let's take a look at our leader, Styx TC. Of course, we've seen him also in the 4 hour of Silverstone last week. He did a good job there. He took the win with Midweek Motorsports Races Collective. A little bit of a lag, but yeah, sometimes happens when the internet signals of Styx TC have to come halfway across the world to Europe. So yeah, looking at the gaps, it's been quite steady for the top 3. Maybe it's Kane for Reaper Online Racing closing the gap on Styx TC a little bit. Oh, actually it's R. Clark, so sorry for that. So it's R. Clark taking the start for Reaper Online Racing, contrary to what I earlier said. Then it's GTP Bambi, I believe, in the GTR. Nice sinister, dark looking GTR. Looks like it's a really dark shade of purple. Might be the midnight purple shade that's very familiar to the Nissan Skyline GTR. Then in 4th we have a Scuderia GTMX. Scar Honda and the other Lexus of Team Wise Racing are very close. Yeah, it's actually Team Wise Racing have retaken 5th position. So Scar Honda, they're down to 6th position, but still very close. I believe that the leader is beginning to catch up with some GT Cup traffic. And there's quite a good battle here in GT Cup at the moment, so it's Adventurous making very good strides for Team Dart. Now having moved up from 3rd to 1st, as it seems. So it's Scar Lotus from, or it's Dart from Scar Lotus from Green Hell Heathens. A podium for GT Cup. So it's adventurous for Team Dart, slowly extending the lead in GT Cup. Good Wolf for Scarlett is now coming under attack from Beau Albert. Beau Albert, struggling with that name, as you can hear. Got the purple green now leading Scar in the slipstream of the Lotus. Can he make a move in Cops? No, he's not going to risk it there. Of course, the Lotus very quick in the corner, so I'm sure Cops will be almost full throttle for them. Beau Albert going for the overtake on the inside, and he makes it into Stowe corner. Nice move there. So yeah, if you've just joined us, you're watching round 6 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. It's the 2015 GTPlanet Silverstone 12 hour. At the moment it's the Nissan SSR Motorsports leading the race, and then it's Honda Dart class leader in GT Cup. Still 11 hours and 3/4 of an hour to go. My name is Bart. I'm also known as GTP Pasm, GTPlanet moderator on the GTPlanet forums. Also a driver for Team Hyperion, powered by a la carte, I must say, because all the drivers here locally at my house today, we're doing our own local driver changes, all being part of the same karting club here. So yeah, of course I'm a little bit biased towards them, but I'll try to stay objective when I'm on here. So yeah, it looks like we had a clean start. We didn't see any damage, any cars going to pit lane, I believe. So that's always good to see. I hope it stays that way for everyone. Also hope that there will be no network issues today. We'll keep our fingers crossed. So yeah, thank you for joining my little commentary on the start of this race. I'm now going to wander off, and I'll be back with an update as soon as the next hourly update is available, which I think is will be in about an hour. So good luck everyone, and talk to you then. Hello everyone, welcome back to the 12 hours of Silverstone. We've just had the results in of the first hour. Joining me is Andrew, otherwise known as Famine on the GTPlanet forums.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bart, also known as GTP on the forums, and we have the results of the first hour for you. So yeah, let's go through that list. Shall we do them by turns, Andrew? Or
I'll just need to download the file.
okay, then I'll do GT500 then.
Okay.
So in first we have Reaper Online Racing with 31 laps. Second is SSR Motorsports, also with 31 laps, and the gap being 8.4 seconds, so still very close. In third we have Russian Roulette Racing with 31 laps and a gap of 21.1 seconds. In fourth we have Team Wise Racing in the Lexus, also 31 laps, the gap there being 34.9 seconds. Very close to them in fifth we have Escuderia GTMX, also in the Lexus with 35.7 seconds, also in 31 laps in total. And last place in GT500, but not least, we have Scar Honda in the Honda with 31 laps and 70.7 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, and they're all running about 2 laps ahead of the GT Cup at the moment. That class is currently being led by the Dart team in the Honda NSX LM. They've done 29 laps in the first hour. In second place is my team, the Green Hill Heathens, for whom I'll be driving in a couple of hours' time. They're 10 and a little bit seconds behind, and that gap has stretched out a bit more recently. And third is the Scar Lotus team, driving the Lotus Elise 111R. They're around 26 seconds behind the Green Hill Heathens. Then we have the Wheel Racing team, also driving the Lotus Elise. They are a lap down on the car ahead of them. They're being followed up by the Hyperion team that you're driving for in the Honda NSX LM. They're also a lap down, and I believe about a handful of seconds behind the Lotus. And then there's GTR Blackhawks bringing up the rear. They are 25 seconds down, I believe. Sorry, a lap and 25 seconds down, and they round out the 12 that we've got here today.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of action between these cars that are on the screen at the moment. The two Lexi of Escuderia GTMX and Team Wise Racing, which was an awesome battle still going on. So yeah, they have been inseparable for over an hour now, I think. Just being separated by a few laps when they've did their pit stops, and then they we're back on each other's bumpers again.
That one could last to the end of the 12 hours, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Generally the GT500 class has been really close.
Yeah, we've got a few spits of rain, but it doesn't seem to be settling at the moment. The surface saturation is still at 0%. It doesn't bode well for my stint.
Yeah.
I completely forgot to do any wet running, so I'm about to jump into a McGann in about 2 hours' time and find that the Silverstone is typically Silverstone-y.
Yep. It's a bit of the opposite what we saw last week when we did the 4 hours of Silverstone, which was completely sunny. So
I said I go to GT Academy pretty much every year, Silverstone, and I don't think we've actually had an entirely sunny event.
Yeah, I can imagine.
There's one year where we went just as the guys were about to do the bleep test outside.
Mhm.
so much rain fell that in 5 minutes there was an inch of standing water.
Wow.
And everyone was huddled into one of those little gazebos.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Happy days.
Did no one slip or fell?
No, it all ran away fairly quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I remember in my national final that it was quite nice weather actually. It was 20 degrees I think. Sunny weather. Which is also not that typical for Dutch spring weather.
For everyone American listening, that's about 80 degrees.
Yeah. Well, I guess you're better with Fahrenheit conversions than me.
I'm
Actually,
just old.
no clue.
We've got a few guys rolling to the pits. Looks like both of the lead cars have just done a stop. No, sorry, Stig's TC is still running out on track there. So, getting tight through the loop there. There's 6 cars all in the space of 2 corners.
Yeah, I just saw that. I think that's Team Dart and Hyperion quite close to each other. Maybe could be for a lap between them.
There's just been a round of pit stops, of course. So
Yeah,
you've got a few GT500s feeding into there.
that's GTP Dutchy driving the GTP PASM name tag
I
there.
was just thinking you were multitasking really well there.
Yeah. Oh, that's my secret. No, I'm racing locally this time with my fellow members of the karting club, which is called A La Carte. So it's Hyperion powered by A La Carte.
Well, the last time I tried to drive and commentate, I very nearly swore quite loudly twice on air, so I'm not doing that this time round.
Yeah, I heard that was quite scary with the LMPs, the LMP1s, mixing it up with the GT Cup cars.
Yeah. Well, I did the support race for the Daytona as well.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Suddenly finding a guy sideways in the middle of the bus stop as I'm ploughing through at 220 was exhilarating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was also quite a rainy race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Actually, I only crashed once, and that was in the pit lane exit.
Yeah, I remember joking about a fish in your glove compartment.
We're seeing a good little GT Cup battle here between you, obviously
Mhm.
not you, between Dutchy and the number 86 Honda, but the GT500 cars are mixing it in the middle.
Yeah.
Lapping, having done a few pit stops and trying to gain the lap back again.
Yeah, at the moment we have Dart's fastest driver in the car, or at least the driver that did the best time for them in qualification. That's Adventurous. It was I think 2 minutes 4.55, and yeah, I think they would have gotten pole or second position. No, I think they were in second, but they got a penalty for something with not all of their drivers being qualified.
Yes, that moved into the back of the grid, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah,
Behind even me, which is,
but they were quick to rectify that in the first couple of minutes.
yeah, doesn't slow them up that much.
No. In the end, it's still a 12-hour race, so qualification doesn't mean really much. But it's good to see these, I think, quite brightly colored NSXs close together.
Yeah. And they're about to get involved in that Lexus battle.
Yeah, I see. This can be interesting. 4 wide into Brooklands, or what is it, Stowe corner? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, a little touch there. Wow. Now it's Acuras next to each other. Nope. Still Dutchy leads from Adventurous, but I think this is for a lap, so really close there. Corner 1 is not really an overtaking spot.
Unless you're Fernando Alonso.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember thinking that about 130R at Suzuka. And then he just did an outside overtake on Schumacher, was it? I think years ago.
Well, they're getting close through the loop.
Yeah, Adventure is now on the inside. The clean line onto Brooklyn
Wellington.
Straight. Oh, Wellington. Wellington is it? Yeah. Gavin not giving up there. But thinks better of it in the end. But yeah, now it seems that there's a little bit of spray forming here and there.
Yeah, I'm still showing no surface water though.
Yeah.
A long may that continue.
So that could be a driver change for the Scar Lotus team. We saw a driver change from the Scar Honda team earlier, with GC out of the car and I believe that was The War in the car.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, curiously, the E-War is showing on my screens as running on intermediate tyres, but that may well be just because Gran Turismo has a couple of hiccups with live timing every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's showing as on intermediates as well on my screen.
Mm. And he's also showing us a fastest lap of 9 seconds faster than anyone else in the class.
Wow.
Oh no, hang on, sorry, I'm reading the wrong class. My bad. Yes, now the current fastest lap time in GT Cup is 207.282 from Adventurous in that Honda NSX.
Yeah.
I think I'll be right in saying that Stig's TC still has the fastest lap for the GT500 to the 155.3. So there's kind of about a 12-second gap between the classes at the moment.
I've got a 55.1 from R. Clark, which you probably said before you joined the lobby.
That may well be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we said earlier, Gran Turismo has a couple of little glitches with the live timing mode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I believe that The War is in fact actually on the intermediates, because his last lap time is 2 minutes flat, where the rest of the cars are lapping at 57s.
Let's have a look where he is.
Okay.
He might have been negotiating a GT Cup car because there is a slower moving vehicle behind him. But his sector times, his sector times are proportionally a little bit slower. He's running nearly 33 seconds in the first sector, which is a second off. 52 in the second sector, which is a second and a half off, and 35 seconds in the last sector, which is nearly a second off again. So it could well be that he is actually on intermediates, which is a bold choice for a completely dry track.
Yeah, I would think so too.
We have a comment on the YouTube channel that suggests there should have a drinking game, that we have a shot every time someone runs wide at cops. Might be a bad idea. I think one would have alcohol poisoning.
I think so too.
In fact, if we could make the drivers do it, I think they'd probably run a bit wider at cops.
I think they would forget to turn in at all.
Yeah. When I was doing GT Academy a couple of years ago, Johnny Herbert showed me the F1 driver line through cops, where you pretty much don't turn. Or brake.
He just throttles, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah. I
He
guess
was
that.
making full use of the track and the apron and some of the stands and a bit of the A34 that runs past it as well.
But you held on to your life there. Oh, that must have been scary.
Yeah.
What car were you in then?
And he was actually he was driving the Delta Wing in the game.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. It turns out that no one cheats quite like an F1 driver.
Yeah, of course. Everything to gain an advantage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you making popcorn there, Bart?
No, someone is actually preparing some lunch, I guess, here.
It looks largely like people are starting to spread out again. There's a couple of little spots where a pair of cars are gathered together, but it's mainly those two Lexuses that are glued to each other.
Oh, as adventurers get a little bit sideways moment there. I guess it's really starting to get greasy, but still no surface water.
No.
Well, I gotta wander off again. So yeah, I'll leave you guys in the capable hands of Andrew, and talk to you later.
Have a good one. No, apparently there's no party quite like a Dutch party. So yeah, the majority of the field is currently well spread out at the moment. There don't seem to be any particularly close battles. Even the two Lexuses have started to pull away from each other a little bit, which kind of flies in the face of our suggestion earlier that that they would be fighting through to the end. Comments in the YouTube chat: Lexuses or Lexi? I've been officially told by Lexus UK that it is Lexuses. Although if you're Alan Partridge, you might disagree. So at the moment, it looks like everyone's kind of settling down into their pace quite nicely. We do only currently have 5 of the GT500 cars on the track. Looks like there's a slow driver change there. And who is missing? It's the GT500 Nissan GTR. Stiggs TC has finished his session by the looks of it, and he doesn't seem to have been replaced at the moment. So we're still waiting for the second driver of that car to return. TNR Syzygen has just joined the track in that car. He's also running on intermediate tyres, and he's fed himself out onto the track in the middle of a four-car train there. So he's got a little bit of work to do. The Black Hawks McGann dutifully gets out of the way just before cops. There's a little five-car train now going through the Maggots Begget's chapel section. There's a few exciting and adventurous novel lines there. Lots of blue flags being shown as the leader comes through on his first lap. He is also running on intermediate tyres, which suggests that the drivers are seeing something that we're not. Yeah, he's just run through in a 2-minute lap time, so it looks like the surface is a lot slippier than Gran Turismo is currently telling us. There are still, though, only 2 cars out on track running anything other than the race hard tyres. So both of them are GT500 cars. The War in the Honda HSV seems to have been running on intermediates for quite some time now. They're looking well worn. And TNR Zjin, who has just joined us, taking over the lead GTR from Stig's TC there. So if you have any comments while watching us on YouTube, please feel free to stick something in the chat box. Keep it clean and PG, please. Well, cleanish. You can also tweet at GTPlanet News, and if you feel like it, you can tweet me at GTP_famine. I will be hopping into Green Hell Heathens McGann myself in about 90 minutes' time, give or take. Just in time for all the proper wet running that I haven't practiced for. So I'm well looking forward to that. There's a couple of comments on the chat window there about safety cars. I don't think we've had one yet this race, but if this weather keeps up, may well see one. There's also a scheduled red flag, which will take place in around about 3.5 hours' time. This is effectively to simulate a period when Silverstone doesn't have an appropriate time in the game. It is a time change track, but it doesn't have an appropriate time period. So we're going to shut the race down on a scheduled red flag, and it will be resuming early tomorrow morning, about 15 hours, I believe, after the red flag is shown. So there will be a little break in proceedings. If you're watching on YouTube at the moment, you'll see the current positions scrolling across the top of the screen. They are as things stood at the hour. However, the positions are broadly the same at the moment. There's been a few pit stops which have thrown a couple of cars out of position, but that's likely to sort itself out in the next half hour or so. Oh, we see Chris W265 there in the Lotus Elise spinning as he hops out of the way of R. Clark in the HSV010, but he's just spun out onto the apron at the top of the loop there, so he's got plenty of room to recover it and get it all pointing the right way again. Another couple of cars close on the track running up to Maggots here. That's Boalba and the Green Hell Heathens Megane being lapped by the War in the other Honda HSV010. Actually, a surprise to see so few cars are carrying any kind of damage. We have seen quite often in the endurance series so far this season that cars have picked up damage fairly early on, but we're not seeing an awful lot of that at the moment. Yeah, I think I concur with some of the people in chat here about the disparity between the actual surface water and what the surface water indicator is showing, because plenty of cars here are running very cold tyres, even with significant wear. And that usually indicates a wet surface. So I feel sorry for any drivers who are going to be joining the track expecting a dry track with 0% surface water, like me. We have an update on the ticker there, so everything is now a little more current than it was. You can see the gap between the top two there is about 14 seconds now. There has been a change there due to a pit stop. Currently it's the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR GT500 that's ahead of the Reaper Online Racing Holden. The Russian Roulette Racing Nissan GTR is in third. It seems to only be a handful of seconds behind, so that's one that is going to play out in the long term. Then we have the Team Wise Racing Lexus, very closely followed by the Escuderia GTMX Lexus, with the Scar Honda 3 laps down. I believe they had an issue with the driver change just before I got online. The GT Cup class is currently being led by the Dart team in the Honda NSX, being chased down by the Green Hell Heathens in the first of the Meganes. In third is the Wheel Racing Team orange Lotus 111 that we've just seen spinning off at the loop. Fortunately, not into anything. And then we have Hyperion, in the other NSX, and apparently with tuberculosis, and the Black Hawks McGann there also. They are 7 laps down on the lead car, which means they are a lap and 30 seconds or so behind the Hyperion car. But it's all a little bit of a jumble at the moment, thanks to all the pit stops. And we're starting to see the cars all, the relative performance is such that they're all kind of closing up again on each other. This yeah, they all seem to be gathering around about the old start and the new start. The old Silverstone pits there, up just by the Cops Corner and the new wing section. There seems to be kind of 3 discrete bunches with a couple of little stragglers there. But most of these cars aren't fighting for position amongst each other. This is a mix of GT500s and lapped GT Cup cars. There's actually not all that much in it in the GT500 class. I believe all of the cars are still currently on the lead lap. In GT500, there's a little bit more performance variation in the GT Cup. Yes, apart from the Scar Honda, which is 3 laps down after that incident they had earlier before I came on. And we have our first percent of surface water finally showing. So the track is slowly starting to actually get as wet as it seems to feel. So I'm definitely looking forward to my stint in the McGann. It sounds like Bart has forgotten to turn his mic off there. We suddenly get an unexpected insight into the domestic arrangements of the Dutch. Yeah, we're now showing 2% of surface water, so it looks like it's starting to build up there, and anyone who's going to be joining the race soon is going to be needing to strap on those intermediate tyres. But looks like most people are still braving it out on those race hards. So instead of your regularly scheduled programming, we're bringing you a domestic dispute in the Netherlands for some reason. Hopefully Bart will see his notifications and realise that he's muted the race and not his microphone. In the meantime, let's just roll with it. Yeah, with 3% surface water, it looks like we're definitely seeing some of the water standing on the surface. There's no urgency for people to shed those race hards. They'll keep going till about 30% of surface water, although your mileage may vary. But it looks like the Inters are a good choice for anyone who's pitting around about now or who will be joining. Of course, by the time I start racing, it's going to be full wets. Well, I think that whoops translates into any language there. But yeah, I was enjoying listening to that. I don't understand Dutch, so therefore it was just forming in my mind as whatever. It looks like the racing is spread out again, though. We don't have any particularly close battles anymore. Even the two Lexi have separated themselves out a little bit. It looks like there's a couple of corners between them now. Apparently I was the only person that could hear the Dutch conversation going on in the background. So apologies for anyone who didn't know quite what I was going on about there. Anyway, the rain doesn't seem like it's affecting lap times all that much. We still have the GT500s, the majority of running laps between 157 and 159. Although it does look like the fastest car on the track at the moment is the War, who's running on intermediate tyres. I think he was the first runner to actually strap the Inters on. But yeah, he's doing a 157.6 the last time around, which is about 1.5 seconds faster than the next fastest in the class. In the GT Cup, it looks like times are kind of slipping out a little bit. Looks like they're being a little bit more affected by the rain. The quickest currently is Greenhill Heathens McGann on a 209.8, which is slightly less than 4 seconds faster than the car ahead of him, and the gap between them was not all that much. So we might be seeing a battle for the class lead coming up shortly there. In fact, there is only the Beckett's corner between them at the moment. They're running out onto Hanger Straight, pretty much line astern here. Although Bo Albert's had to move out of the way for the GT500 Lexus there. They're going to be getting close to the start-finish line on each other's wing mirrors by the looks of it. That NSX is really suffering. And unfortunately, looks like Bo has just preempted that chase a little bit. He's lost the back end coming through the loop there, but he doesn't seem to have lost all that much track position. He can still see that that NSX up the road there, and that is the class-leading Dart. It does seem rather early for inters to be necessary, but we're seeing the GT Cup times slipping out quite significantly, and that Megane, although it's usually a pretty twitchy car anyway, seems to be a lot twitchier than usual. And the live timing does seem to be bearing out the case for intermediates. It looks like, again, the fastest car on track that last lap round was a GT500 car running the intermediates with a 1:59.0, half a second ahead of the nearest car. Oh, and the Green Hell Heathens have dropped into the pits. I wonder if my teammate is going to be slapping some intermediates on that. The lap times have come out significantly. They're now well into the middle of the teens for the front three GT Cup cars. The back end of the GT Cup, they're now running 2:20s and 2:30 lap times. Let's see what tyres he switches to. Assuming that Gran Turismo shows us this, it never used to. Okay, it's still showing race hards, but I suspect they're now on the intermediates. People might not, who are not familiar with endurance racing and the longer practice sessions in Gran Turismo, might not know that some of the data persists even when it's not really there anymore. The game will still show you as being on the set of tyres you started with. It used to continually show any damage that you had, whether you had it repaired or not. That seems to have been fixed in one of the most recent updates. There's a comment in the chat box there that says Coupe d'Or would be brilliant right now. For those of you who missed it, Coupe d'Or was GTPlanet's April Fool's Day joke this year, where we revealed exclusively the existence of a offshore powerboat racing game from the makers of Gran Turismo called Coupe d'Or. Slightly hammed up just to make it obvious it was an April Fool's joke, rather than getting everyone worked up for it. But yes, it would be nice to have a speedboat or two. In fact, a jet boat would go down really nicely here. So once again, we're seeing the cars are spreading out a bit. There's a couple of little tit for tats going. around the track. There's a couple of GT500s relatively close to each other as they're coming past the wing. That's R. Clark and TNR Syzygian. And I know this is the 6th race of the season, but I still don't know how to pronounce that. And they're driving the Reaper Online Holden and the SSR Motorsports GTR respectively. They're running pretty close to one another as they're coming through the loop section there. And down the Wellington Straight. And we have a spinner there at turn 3. It's Passam, which is actually not currently Passam, that's Dutchy. They're driving as a local team this weekend, so all the guys are running on the same machine. Yeah, it looks like he overshot his turning point there by quite a distance. But it doesn't look like he's hit anything, and he's got back underway pretty quickly. So we're likely to see a few more loss of control incidents as the surface water continues to rise. I think there's certainly the possibility we might see a safety car at some point during this session. Although Silverstone is a nice wide track, we only have 12 cars on it, so we have a massive spin coming out of Chapel there. Who's that? That is Chris W265 in the Lotus 111R. He's got a train of cars approaching behind him, so that might be a bit of a problem. And he's got himself going again and hopped out of the way of the war in that HSV. And he's outbraked himself into Vale. Apologies if I'm a little bit vague on the corner names on the international part of the circuit, but I've actually never driven that. Yeah, Chris is having serious control problems in that Lotus right now. He's losing it on pretty much every corner. I think they're probably going to want some inters or a good wet setup. A lot of the teams will have 2 setups, one for wet and one for dry. And we're seeing a few cars hopping into the pits now. And we have another spinner out there. That was the war, actually. He's got his car all together again and coming through Cop's corner up behind the GT Cup car. He's carrying some front left damage though. It looks like he might have clipped the barriers on the outside there. It was a good old spin. Now, it's worth noting that that battle that we saw earlier from the Green Hell Heathens closing up on the Dart team, that seems to have been settled pretty emphatically by Bo Albo pitting for, I think, intermediate tyres. It's still showing as race hards, but he has a significant lead. Oh, we have 3 spinners now in the chapel section. And that Lotus from the Wheel Racing team is caught up in it again. It's an extremely slow moving. Oh, that's the Honda, the Dart Racing Honda NSX has been caught up in all that. Everyone's clear of that section now, but all rather squirrely. That was a little bit naughty from the Dart Racing Honda there, who passed the Wheel Racing Lotus on the right as the Lotus was heading in towards the pit lane. No contact, but that could easily have been a lot messier. It looks like Chris has got himself a new set of boots on. Hopefully he's got something that's going to deal with that 20% surface water a little bit better. His last lap was a catastrophic 2 minutes 54. That's not going to make his team too happy. Well, I don't think he's going to be too happy. It was sliding all over the place. It looks like everyone's adapting slightly better to that to the surface water now. It's up to 22%, which is it's certainly intermediate territory, but it's been seeming a lot slippier than it's been displaying for quite some time now. I think everyone is now running on intermediate tyres, and the cars all do seem to be behaving a little bit better. It looks like the War has been into the pits as well for a fresh set of inters. I think he was the very first car that was running on the intermediate tyres. Everyone seems to be dealing with it a little bit better now. Pilster says on-track conditions seem to be fine at the moment. Yeah, it seems to be an awful lot slippier than the game is letting on. It was drizzling for a little while there and still sitting at 0%, but the times were starting to slide around a little bit. And even at 0%, the car that was running on intermediates was one of the fastest vehicles on track. And as soon as it reached 5%, it was the fastest car of any. But we're now seeing the intershod cars are now running lap times faster than they were on race hards. So that's only saying 25%. It does look like Inters are the best option right now. It does make me wonder when full wets are going to be necessary. Yes, at the moment we'll find the best times in the GT500 class are all running in the low 2-minute region now. The fastest car seems to be that HSV, run by R. Clark at the moment. That's for the Reaper Online Racing team. He's done a 2:02 last time round. A couple of seconds back is TNR Syzygen in the GTR with a 2:04. We also have Tim Lure, who's taken over the Russian roulette racing GTR. He's done a 2:05. GTMX, the Escuderia Mexico team in the Lexus, have done a 2:06.5. With TWR Seb in the other Lexus running for the Team Wise Racing on a 2:09. The War has very recently been in the pits, but it looks like he's coming out and setting representative lap times. I think he's just gone through with a 2:09 on that lap. The GT Cup cars are running 2-minute teens. We're seeing last time around was a 2:11 from Balba in the GT Cup at McGann for the Greenhill Heathens. We have Adventurous in the Honda NSX for Team Dart. He's just in a 2:14. Soka GT Racing in the Scar Lotus Elise. He's just in a 2:13. Passam, which is currently Dutchy, they're a local team, so they'll be running under the same PlayStation Network ID. He's just gone through with a 2:14 in the other NSX, and there's a 2:17 from Chris W265 in the Wheel Racing Elise. And currently at the slowest car on track is RBN 79 in the GTR Blackhawks McGann, who has most recently done a 2:22. He seems to be struggling in the first sector at the moment for grip. It looks like he's losing a couple of seconds in that sector alone. But the Megane is notoriously a tricksy car anyway, and when it gets wet, it just gets worse. So at the moment, the question seems to be who's going to blink first and run onto full wets, because the cars are sliding around quite a great deal out there. The lap times are now falling to the point where they were on race hards with a 5% surface. Silverstone seems to be deceptively wet today, but that's May in the Midlands for you. We're still seeing single-digit 2 zeros from the lead GT500s, but as last time, the GT Cup cars are starting to drift down for their lap times. We're seeing 2:14s, 2:15s. There's a 2:19 there. It looks like the GT Cup cars are the ones that are suffering more with the slippy surface. And I think we actually now have our first car on wets, amazingly, at only 34% surface water. Looks like the wheel racing team Lotus Elise has made the switch onto wets. So I have to keep an eye on his lap. We'll see how things are going. Yeah. His middle sector is not especially fast. So it might not be the right call to run onto wets just yet. He's about to come through past the wing onto his first full lap on those wet tyres. So we'll see how he fares. His last sector actually was fairly representative, so it looks like we have a resumption of that GT500 battle between the Lexuses here. Sliding around all over the place as they're coming into the loop and out onto the Wellington Straight. Mark Smith on the YouTube channel says normally you don't need full wet until about 60 to 70. Yeah, I agree entirely. I mean, even more than that. If it was a drying track from 100, I'd be onto inters well before it reached 60. But for some reason, this track seems to be much slippier than usual. We're only at 40%, and it is looking like full wets is the way to go at the moment. Although, we're starting to see cars spinning again. We've just had an accident in the loop section there. It looks like my teammate in the Megane there has just encountered a sideways Lexus GT500 in the middle of the loop section, and it's caused him some damage. It looks like he's very recently pitted for wet tyres as well, so that's going to affect my race. And we have another spinner in the chapel section. That looks like it's another one of those Lexi. I will use those terms interchangeably. We're starting to see it, even at 40%, we're starting to see some cars sliding around quite heavily on the inters. And it looks like a lot of the teams are thinking about going on to wets. The one that has is the Wheel Racing Lotus Elise 111R. He did a 220 last lap around, but that's 9 seconds a lap faster than he was managing on inters. So the rain really has chucked things up at here. We've got a couple of cars out on track now on full wets. It looks like Glenn Owls, who was a GT Academy national finalist in the UK this year. He's just hopped into the Reaper Online Racing Holden, and he is on full wets. Giuseppe, who's just joined the lobby in the GTR Blackhawks GT Cup Megane, he's on full wets. Chris W265 in the Wheel Racing GT Cup Elise, he's on full wets. There may be other cars on full wets. Unfortunately, in practice mode, if you change your tyres, Gran Turismo will not update it to people who are watching. So it will not reflect that change in tyres. Looks like the GTMX Lexus, has just pitted to be replaced, with GTMX Oscar taking over from GTMX J Jelly. Great name. And he's come out on full wet as well. So that's 2 GT500s we now have on the full wet tyres. It'll be interesting to see their lap times. Currently, the fastest cars on track are TWR Seb in the Team Wise Racing Alexis, who did a 207.2 last time round, and Tim Lure in the Russian Roulette Racing GTR, who did a 207.8 the last time round. But it's all shaking up now due to this excessively saturated surface, which doesn't seem to be reflected in the data. The data's only showing 50% surface water, but the cars are sliding around like nobody's business. If any of the teams have got a dedicated wet setup, it might be a good time for them to pit, exit, change their setup, and come back on again with the inters to make a bit of killing. The lap times are really starting to go south now. The cars are all starting to slow up and back up into each other. I think it might not be too long before we see a proper accident and get the first appearance of that safety car out on track this week. Yeah, it doesn't seem that wets are the right call at the moment. The cars out there on wets, they seem to be running no better lap times than the best guys in the class on inters. This might just be all down to a decent bad weather setup. We have a little train of cars here coming over the start finish, being led through by Chris W265. He's been in the wars recently. That Elise has been all over the place. He's currently coming through the slidiest bit of track, the loop section, where we've seen so many cars backwards and sideways, and he's getting out of the way there for the E-War and that Honda. It's a good job that Elise is bright orange, because the amount of spray that are coming off the cars, people are going to need to see them. And he now has a GT500 GTR behind him as well. That seems to be snaking all over the place. A little flash of the headlights there from the GTR. Not that anyone can see them with this amount of spray. The rain does seem to be falling a bit more heavily now. You're seeing the surface water increasing much more rapidly than before. Yeah, again, it looks like the drivers are now starting to manage the conditions a lot better. Looks like that early transition onto wets has thrown a lot of guys out of kilter. No, Adventurous with a massive slide through the loop there. Getting well in the way of the GTR, but there's very little he could do there. So we're starting to see everyone spacing out a little bit more now, and everyone who's joining the lobby is doing so on full wets. So there's good communications between the team here. There's a couple of questions going on as to what's going to happen after our scheduled red flag. For those of you who don't know, in a couple of hours' time there will be a red flag on the race. This is because the Silverstone circuit time transition in Gran Turismo doesn't actually do a proper day-night. So we're going to red flag it until the early hours of Sunday morning, and then continue the race from that point. People are wondering about driver restrictions. Now there are limits on how long drivers can drive in each given period. No drivers are allowed to exceed more than 4 hours of any 6-hour period. While the clock is stopped for the red flag, so is the timer for the 6-hour period. So the last 3 hours of this session and the first 3 hours of the next session qualify as a 6-hour period. So drivers who've done the last 3 hours will only be able to do an hour of tomorrow morning before they'll have to hop off. All the racing does seem to be settling down a little bit better now as everyone is getting a bit more used to the conditions. The cars are still a bit tricky, but they are manageably tricky now. We'll see a few teams will have switched to a dedicated wet weather setup for the car. The GT Cup cars are all mid-engine and rear-wheel drive, as opposed to the GT500s, which are largely front or front mid-engine. And, the GT Cup cars react very, very poorly to this wet weather. The Megane trophies are... Oh, there's a car pointing backwards at the old start-finish there. That doesn't look too good. That's the Black Hawks Megane, parked on the old start-finish line, facing the wrong way. It does seem to be underway again now. He did stay out of the way for the car behind him. So yeah, that Megane is difficult to drive in the dry in stock form. In the wet, it's a bit of a handful. There's just been an advisory through from Race Control that all cars should be using wet weather tyres. I thought we had a spinner in the pit lane then, but I think it's just a car that happens to be stopping in a very early pit box that fooled me. I didn't yell out about that one. There does seem to be plenty of slipping and sliding, but there aren't very many people who are properly backwards now. So if anyone's watching on the YouTube channel there, if you have any comments or questions, please feel free to stick them into the chat box there. I can't promise that we'll answer everything, but we'll do our best. We're also available on Twitter at GTPlanet News as the official GTPlanet Twitter account. You can also tweet me if you feel like it at GTP_famine. GTP Bambi says, if I hook up my headset, could you use another commentator? Applications in writing to GTP AJ, I believe, on that one. And also, how is the number 27 doing? That's the Russian roulette car. I'll have a quick look through the Russian roulette car. That's the Nissan GTR that Bambi himself drives, along with Tim Lauer. You're gonna have to update me on how to pronounce that one, Bambi. And AJ HG1000. We'll have a quick hunt for him. Yeah, it looks like he's currently in a GT Cup sandwich at the moment. He has Soka GT Racing in the Elise directly in front of him. Oh, well, not now, he's lapped him. There's a little niggle coming into the loop section there for that Lexus. It's the Kimi Raikkonen line through there, I believe. Just hope he doesn't continue it through to the bridge. So I'm going to be heading off mic very, very shortly. Fortunately, you've got Tom to look forward to. He'll be joining the chat in about 90 minutes from now with his perfect radio diction voice, which is a refreshing change from mine. I was supposed to be hopping on this evening to drive the Megane, but with the wet weather, we're having a wet weather specialist in my place, so I'll be driving for the Green Hell Heathens tomorrow morning, in theory. So after the drama of the dampening track, everything seems to have settled down a little bit now. Seems to be far fewer spins and crashes. Times are still looking mid-teens for the fastest of the GT500 cars. We have a 2:14 from TNR Syzygian, who is currently driving the GTR for SSR Motorsports, which I think is now currently leading the class after the variety of pit stops and spins and tyre changes, but we'll wait for the ticker to update itself for that. The best times in the GT Cup class, well, that's currently my teammate actually in the Green Hell Heathens Megane with a 2:25, but the majority of cars in the class are all kind of in that mid to late 2:20s range. We've got a 2:26 from Passam there in the Hyperion NSX. We have a 2:29 from Krelu, who I don't know what car he's driving. Oh, sorry, no, that's the Team Wise Racing Lexus. Oh yes, he's on an outlap. My apologies. We have a 226 from Soka Racing in the Elise. And we have a 228 from Adventurous in the Dart Honda NSX. And it looks like Giuseppe in the Black Hawks Megane, who we saw parked pointing backwards on the old start line a little earlier. It looks like he's just on an outlap now, so it's a relatively slow previous lap. So I'm going to head off and leave you with the visuals that you currently have, no longer interrupted by my Yorkshire diction. And now we can look forward to even more calamities as the surface water heads up towards 100% saturation. Don't forget there will be a red flag period, so this 12-hour race will actually be 2 separate sections of 6-hour race. So that red flag will be coming in about an hour and a half's time. And we will see a resumption of duties tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock GMT, I believe. Well, in theory, I should be driving rather than talking for the Green Hell Heathens Megane, with no pressure whatsoever, because I believe we're currently leading the class. Nice. And so I will leave you all there, and I hope you enjoy the race.
I'm very well. How are you doing? Well, it's been very good. We've had a bow in there since the start and went with a 4 hour opening stint, which we thought was the best way to go for this particular race. And Bo's done very well. I believe he's currently leading, but we'll see once the stint pinks come out at the hour. Yeah, he's done very well. I think he was a bit nervous going in, this member, but he's taken the bull by the horns and done incredibly well. Well, we sort of failed with the rain option. Didn't put too much thought into that, unfortunately. That was my fault. But we seem to have dodged a bullet so far. But a lot of practice. We've had, thankfully, a bit of time between our last couple of races, which was Bathurst and the core N24 race. So yeah, it's we've had some time and some time to get in there and uh, get some track time underneath the guys. So it's been pretty good, and hopefully it continues as the race has so far. Well, we started in 2011 um, when a gentleman by the name of Kurt started the first 24 hours of Nürburgring, and we've been going ever since, doing endurance races. And when this series came along, it was just the sort of thing we've been waiting for. So it was perfect for us. So I recruited a heap more drivers. We're up to 13 at the moment across two teams. So we're looking pretty healthy, and I think we've been doing pretty well. Certainly having this race so far, Bo's doing fantastic. Absolutely. Yep, no problem. We've got Bo, who's on screen now. His background is out of the Ruse group or Race on Oz. They're, I guess, you've got a few members that are on GTPlanet, but they mostly stick to their own forum and website. And they do have accounts, these guys, but that's where his background is from. And very young driver. He's 16 or 17 years old, so he's got a long way to go, and I think he's going to be very fast in a few years. Very fast. Um, and his background is in karting as well. He's done some real world karting. Uh, yeah, and then we have Famine, who really doesn't need much of an introduction to our listeners. I'm sure everybody knows he's a GTP admin and a very steady driver as well. He's very steady. He's not the Usain Bolt of the team, but he absolutely can put him on any track, I think, and trust him not to fall off. So he's a good man to have in the team, definitely. We have GTP Fisher as well. He's from the Turtle Group. Um, another pretty quick driver, actually. He's got some good pedigree, but we won't be seeing him today. Um, he'll be on tomorrow in the second 6 hours. And rounding out the group of drivers, we've got Mint GTR, who I think some of you guys will be familiar with him from Bathurst, and those listeners who followed the core race as well will know that he drove a lot of hours in that, and was one of the big reasons that we won that 24-hour race. So pretty strong team, I think, and looking forward to see how they round out the race. We didn't do a lot of rain preparation, I'll be honest. Really focused on the dry. We do have a lot of hours of wet weather driving behind us, but I am a bit nervous just to see how we go in the wet. And if we don't go too well in the wet, then that's on me. That'll be my fault. So I'll stick my hand up for that one right now. But I know that Matt, who has just got in the car, I've seen him drive in the wet, and he's incredible. So we'll see how he goes. This car's a different one. Last time I was watching him drive was on the NERB track, and he drove for hours, heavy wet, and it was flawless. So I'm hoping he repeats that here today. And he's in there because of the rain. We were going to run with Famine next, as the listeners would know if they heard him earlier on. But strategically, I've moved Matt into his place for the last 2 hours of this session.
Yeah, because he was a wet weather specialist. I thought I heard Famine say.
He is. But we're just a bit nervous about the car in the wet. But
yeah, can you tell us a bit about how it handles in the wet?
Well, I haven't driven it in the wet myself. Not me, but the guys have been saying today that it's very, very twitchy and needs quite a bit of softening in the rear suspension, and obviously some downforce as well. And it looks like it's been doing okay.
He was a wet weather specialist.
And I'm keen to see how what Bo comes back with, some feedback when I jump off this interview. I'll have a chat with him. So I'm just getting a bit of background noise, a bit of feedback there, so it's throwing me off a little.
Yeah, I'll have the same here. Do you have the stream on at the same time, perhaps?
I do. Let me just turn
Maybe if you
there.
can mute that one.
Yeah, done.
Okay, so I noticed some people couldn't hear me previous to this. So I'm GTP Dutchy. I'm interviewing Andrew from Green Hell Heathens. So just to straighten that one out. So what are your expectations for this race? Well, right now you're looking really good. So
we always aim for a podium, Dutchy. I think that's realistic for our team. We have, and that's any team that we field. Doesn't matter which one of our 13 drivers is in. We do aim for a podium. We like to win, but there are some very good teams out there with some very, very, very good drivers. So I like to aim for a podium, and then we can win any race. We know that, but I like to aim for a podium, and then if we win, very happy. If not, we know we got beaten by the better team on the day, which can certainly happen in this series because there's some really outstanding teams out there, definitely.
yes, can you tell us a bit about the previous races of the Green Hell Heathens within this class?
Well, we didn't qualify, unfortunately, for Bathurst, so this is our first full race.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. We had 2 drivers in the support race for Daytona, but that was obviously a support race. But yeah, we unfortunately just missed out at Bathurst, which was disappointing. But I think it's a reminder about to all teams about how much practice you need to put in and about how good the other teams can be. Because if you're faced with a situation where there's 3 spots available and there's 6 teams like we were, then an extra night practice or an extra few laps can easily make the difference between qualifying and not. And the same goes for the team manager as well. The manager has to make the right decisions about who to qualify, and there's a lot that goes into it. But that was just a reminder to us that we just needed to be a little bit better. We don't have to qualify again this year, but next year, we won't forget that. Because everybody wants to qualify, and we're no different.
Yeah, sure. every team involved wants to qualify, of course. But okay, the bar gets pushed real high in this series. So you talked about running 2 teams. Can you tell us a bit more about the other team you're running, and which franchise, for example, is it?
Well, that's our GT3 franchise, and we have the Kazunori Datsun, or the boat as we like to call it. It certainly handles like one sometimes. And look, it's a good car, but it's a different car, and it doesn't, to me anyway, it doesn't feel like a GT3 car. It just, I don't know, it just feels a lot heavier than what it is. But there's a lot in that car, and that car can beat any other of those GT3 cars on the day. And we fully expect to take it out in the VLN series, which is up next for us, and then and do well. That's we're not called the Green Hell Heathens for no reason. That's our backyard, so to speak. We love that track. We love to do well on it, and I live to drive that track. I just love it. It's fantastic. And then we hope to go on from there, do well. But if we don't, we bounce back for the 24-hour race, and that's one that we want to win. We do.
Yeah.
Like everybody, I guess. But we won one earlier this year, and we want to make 2 in a year. That's our plan. We definitely want to do that, and we do have the car to do it, I think.
Okay. So the VLN race is right up your alley.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So can't wait for those.
Yes. So can you a bit more about how you got involved in GT6 and in GTPlanet, for example?
Well, it was when I got a wheel. I purchased GT5 and played it a couple of times with the controller, and didn't really do much with it for a year. And then I got a wheel. It was a gift from my girlfriend, and that was it. I set that up, and it was a whole new world. I didn't stop for, well, I still haven't. I have a break here and there, but I'm still going, and I've got I don't know, about 3 DFGT wheels here. I've got a G27 that's hooked up that a friend's lent me. So it all really started with that, and found GTPlanet, or refound it, and then it just sort of skyrocketed from there, and it ended up running a group of a casual group of drivers. That's the crap group, which some of you might be familiar with, and it just went through the roof, and that's still running and still going strong, and it's a bit of a life changer, I must admit. It was good though. It's a great community, and a lot of fun.
All right, thank you. Do you have one race in particular you look back to, and how do you say, in a good way?
Well, it'd have to be, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it. It'd have to be the 24-hour race that we won, the core 24-hour race that we won earlier on this year. I didn't even do a lot of driving in that one. Just strategically, I went a different path and didn't do a lot of driving myself. But that one, definitely, because the field of drivers in that was just ridiculous. Reaper Online Racing were in it, INF Racing were in it, and beating those guys because of their level of ability and their strength, that's something else, and it's something that you really respect. And not to mention the organisers as well in Concrete Climax Racing, who raced in this series last year for a race. Beating those guys was huge, and I definitely look back on that as the fondest victory so far. And next year I'll look to race a lot more in that particular race, like I usually do. Yeah, that was great, that one.
Okay, thank you. So we are now on board with Glenn also. For the viewers, if you have any questions for Andrew, please feel free to ask them. Andrew is the manager of Green Hell Heathens. If you just joined us on the channel, the Green Hell Heathens are running the Megane in the GT Cup car class. Okay, so looking forward to the season, what are your expectations on the other races?
Oh, it's a tough one for not so sure about Brands Hatch. We're going to have to do a bit of work on that. I think I need to touch base with the other drivers and see who's strong on that particular track. I know everybody's pretty much everybody in the team's really strong at the NERB, so that'll be our immediate focus after this race. And then we have Spa, which I think we have 2 classes in that. I'll need to double check, but that's another one that I'm looking forward to. I do like that track, and I think that we will be competitive there as well. But the Brands Hatch one will be an interesting one. That's a good track and relatively new as well. So I think that'll be an interesting race. I think it'll be close and well fought.
Yes. Yeah, you already talked about the Green Hell Heathens and where the name came from. Do any of you, your drivers or you yourself, have experience driving the Nürburgring?
I wish, not me anyway. I don't know about the other guys. I don't think so. I know there's a couple of guys in the crap group that have been there, but I don't think anybody on the team has, unless Andrew's been there or Famine. Strikes me as a place he'd probably find himself at, and he's a lot closer than the rest of us. So, but I fully intend on going to Europe within a few years, and I'll definitely be ending up there. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so what will you be driving then?
Probably the nicest, fastest car that I can afford to drive on it. I know you can hire them, so that'll be a start. But it depends how much money I've got on the day, I guess.
Yeah, I believe they have some Clios and some Swifts, as well as the GT 86 cars and some VW Scirocco's to drive there.
Yeah, nice. I think that'd be great fun. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
It'd be interesting to see, as somebody who's never driven it, how it would go, considering I feel like I know it back to front. So it'd be interesting to see, the transition from virtual to reality. That would be, I think that would be amazing.
I think the first thing that will catch your eye is the elevation difference, and yeah, it's a really bumpy track. The weight movement in the car because of the hills, etc. Is yeah, it's really awesome being there in the car.
I can imagine. Yes, I will do it one day, definitely.
Okay, so what do you like about the Nürburgring?
I like the challenge of it, the complexity of it, the length, and I guess the fact that those drivers who are lucky enough to be able to drive it and to know the track, and they're the guys you compete against, and it just feels like a whole different level of, I guess, skill when you're out there, and it's not really like any other race. You're competing against one another, but it's like a brotherhood as well, because you're all out there, and it is the green hell, and sometimes it is like hell. It'll just slap you, that track, and you have to respect every inch of it, and you can't lose focus, or you'll lose the track and you'll bin it into the wall. I just love that. I love the challenge of it. I love driving it for long periods of time, and and another thing is there's always time on it as well. There's always time because it's such a long track. You rarely put together a perfect lap on that. So there is always a few tenths to be found, even when you feel like there's no more. There is out there somewhere a few tenths.
Yeah, yeah, it's easy to gain a few tenths in one part, but maintaining it through all the lap and not make mistakes very difficult over there.
It is, and you know when you've done a really good lap, and you sit back at the end of it, and you just know you've done a good lap, and I like that feeling. It's good. It is.
It is. Okay, I want to thank you for your time for the interview, and maybe we'll see you again sometime during this season. Want to wish you and your team the best of luck with the upcoming races and this race as well, but not as much luck as Hyperion.
And look, and thank you, and thanks for having me on, and thanks to AJ, and good luck to all the other teams out there, not just today, but in the other races. Again, a really great, talented bunch of drivers, and it's always a close battle, whether you're battling for last place or for first or anywhere in between. So, great bunch of guys, and race hard and race fair, everybody. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. And thanks to the viewers as well. Thank you for listening to this driver interview. And we'll resume the commentary shortly.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thanks. Bye.
also driving the Lotus Elise. There are a lap down on the car ahead of them. They're being followed by the Hyperion team that you're driving, Honda SXLM.
Yes.
Honda SXLM. They are also a lap down. I believe about a handful of seconds behind. And then there's GTR Black Hawks bringing up the rear. GTR Black Hawks bringing up the rear. They are 25 seconds down. 25 seconds down. Sorry, a lap and 25 seconds down. Sorry, a lap and 25 seconds. They round out. So round up 12 that we've got here today. Round up 12 that we've got here today.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of action between these cars that are on screen at the moment. At the moment, of Escuderia GTMX and GTMX Team-wise Racing. Team-wise Racing, an awesome battle still going on. Yeah, they have been inseparable for over an hour. Over an hour now, I think. Just being separated by a few laps when they separated by a few laps pit stops, and then they did their pit stops, and then we're back on each other's bumpers again. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think so generally the GT500. Generally the GT500 class has been really close.
We've got a few spits of rain, but it doesn't seem to be a spits of rain. Saturation is at 100%. It doesn't bode well for my stint.
Yeah.
I completely forgot to do any wet running. So began in about 2 hours time. Silverstone is typically Silverstone.
It's a bit of the opposite. What we saw last week when we did the 4 hours of which was completely sunny. So.
I said I go to GT Academy pretty much every year. I don't think we've actually had an entirely sunny event.
Yeah, I can imagine.
One year where we went to leap test outside. So much rain fell. So much rain fell. Inch of standing 5 minutes. There was an inch of standing water. Everyone was huddled into one of those gazebos. Yeah, happy days.
Did no one slip or fell?
No, it all ran away fairly quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I remember in my national final that it was quite nice weather. It was quite nice weather actually. Sunny weather, I think. Sunny weather, which is also not that typical for Dutch spring weather.
Everyone American listening, that's about 80.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess you're better with Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit conversions than me. No clue. No clue.
If you guys rolling to the pits, looks like both of the lead cars are just no, sorry, Stix-TC is still winning out. Winning out on track. So, getting tight through the loop there. 6 cars all in the space of 2 cars.
Yeah, I just saw that. I think that's Team Dart and Hyperion quite close to each other. Maybe could be for a lap. Between them.
There's just been a round of pit stop.
Yeah.
A few GT500s feeding into
That's GTP Dutchy driving name tag there. GTP Plasm name tag there.